Hey guys, how's it going? So today I'm gonna play a little bit of Last Epoch. I'm gonna play one or two matches, like just quickly do a couple of Julras with this build. I'm pretty much finished with this build. Obviously the past 2 months or so, basically, I've been playing my Wraithlord Necromancer a lot, pretty much constantly, because they didn't change anything really with regards to the Wraithlord build, but they did fix the Tokyo Drift type ice skating. I call it ice skating, where your Wraithlord just ice skates along the map the whole time, and that was really irritating. That has been a glitch in the game for as long as the Wraithlord has been in the game. So it's more than a year that the ice skating Wraithlord has been a problem in the game. So they kind of fixed that. They didn't completely fix it, but they kind of fixed the Wraithlord ice skating issue, but not completely, to be honest. It is still present in the game, but so that's why I started playing my Wraithlord build in the past couple of months, and obviously I've done a lot of live streams during the past couple of months with the Wraithlord build. But I'm gonna stop playing the build now and switch over to a different build, just because this build is good. I think I have gotten the build to a point where it's good. The only thing that really can be improved further on the build is the gear. Like, my rings are not particularly good, to be honest. Like, on this ring I have attunement, which doesn't help this build at all. I also have health regen on the ring, which doesn't help the build at all. Over here, this is okay. This ring is okay. These boots are okay. They're not amazing. They're just okay. They don't even have, like, it's tier 5, tier 5, tier 5, tier 6. It doesn't even have a sealed affix on this one. This one does have a sealed affix. This one has a very poor sealed affix. This one is okay, but once again doesn't even have a sealed affix. This one is okay, but once again doesn't have a sealed affix. And then also the lightning penetration on the amulet I don't benefit from at all. So a lot of my gear can definitely still be improved, and also the idols can also definitely be improved. So really the build is good, but the gear can definitely be improved. My belt is also really not good. So my amulet, both of my rings pretty much, my belt, my boots, and my gloves can definitely be improved. My gloves can also definitely be improved. If I got a very good Julra's Obsession, like this Julra's Obsession is actually for my other build that we're going to be jumping to in just a second. But I definitely would want a different gloves for this build, because these are the gloves that I currently have, and the gloves aren't really good, to be honest. They're relatively mediocre. The only thing that I really benefit from is the increased minion health, the 18% current health lost. Do I benefit from the necrotic resistance? No, I don't even benefit from the necrotic resistance, because I've got way more necrotic resistance than what I can actually use. So yeah, basically on these gloves, the only thing that I benefit from is the minion health, the 18%, and the swiftness. That's literally all that I benefit from on these gloves. So my gloves are also really bad. These gloves would be better on this character, but I'm gonna give these gloves to my other character. So anyway, like I say, a lot of the gear on this character can definitely be improved quite considerably. But even considering the fact that I don't have good gear on this character, I've reached, I think, 500 and something corruption on this character, and I can still push it much further if I wanted to, but I'm just really getting a little bit bored of this character. Obviously, like I said, I've done many live streams with this character over the past 2 months or so. So I'm just pretty much bored of this character and I want to play another character. So I started playing my a Storm Totem build again. I have a Storm Totem Shaman, which is actually an old character that I'm just starting to play again. And I think the Storm Totem Shaman will be able to be more powerful than this build at the top end, I think. This build is very good, but it basically is reaching a stage where it can't really be improved that much anymore. So yeah, that's basically why I want to start playing another character, because I don't like it. I don't like the feeling of not really progressing anymore in terms of the power of the build. Whereas the power of my other build, the Storm Totem build, that build has a lot of growth still left. Despite the build already being very powerful. I will show you guys in a second when we jump over to the other build. I just want to quickly kill Julra 2 times on this character. Partly just because this character deals with Julra easier than my other character, but also partly because I want to show you guys how I have progressed on this build since the last time that I did a live stream on this character, because the last time that I did a live stream on this character was like 2 weeks ago, and I've improved some of the things on the build certainly since then. So I will show you guys the full build with all of the skills in just a second once I kill Julra, and then you can basically see how the build currently looks. But yeah, basically, if you haven't watched any of my previous streams of this build, the build is a Wraithlord build, obviously pretty standard, but I have made it so that the Wraithlord is stationary. So, like I said at the beginning, unfortunately the Wraithlord has had a bug. There has been a bug in the game, which unfortunately it seems that the developers have been unable to fix, because this bug has been in the game for as long as the Wraithlord has been in the game, where the Wraithlord runs around like crazy. Some people call it Tokyo Drift, I call it ice skating. And the Wraithlord just ice skates around the battlefield the whole time. Just runs around in circles and doesn't attack at all, which really, really is irritating. So, in order to completely stop that from being an issue, what I've decided to do is to take this modifier over here on the Wraithlord, Locus of Death. And Locus of Death makes it so that the Wraithlord can't move. So the Wraithlord is always stationary, which obviously completely stops the Tokyo Drift issue from being a problem. Obviously, it then completely changes the play style of the build, because now, where previously you could just run around and the Wraithlord will follow you and shoot at anything, now you have to either resummon the Wraithlord or you have to teleport the Wraithlord around using a modifier like this. The sealed affix over there, minions teleported around you after you use a traversal skill. You get it on the rings, you can also get it on the boots. So you have to have that, one of those modifiers on your rings or on your boots, if you are going to use this Locus of Death modifier. So the build is obviously completely playable without that, as I have been playing without that for the majority of the time that I've played on this build. But doing it like this, obviously, like I said, completely removes that bug where the dude constantly runs in circles, and it also actually gives you a little bit of a DPS boost due to the 45% damage and 45% melee attack speed. So it basically gives you more damage, but you then obviously have to teleport your Wraithlord around the whole time. But yeah, hopefully eventually the developers will figure out a way to deal with the Tokyo Drift bug. I'm not holding my fingers, because as I say, they haven't been able to find a way to fix it for over a year now, because that bug has been in the game for over a year. So I don't know if it is a fundamental issue with the game engine, like they just simply can't fix it because of limitations in the game engine, perhaps, I'm not sure. But yeah, I hope they can fix it eventually, because it's not fun that you have to play the build with this thing enabled, and then you need to have the ring or the boots that I just mentioned, just in order to play the build the way that the build was actually intended to be played, without your character or the Wraithlord drifting all over the bloody place. You know, it's obviously not fun to play the game like that. But yeah. Let me just see here. And we dropped some loot over here as well. But yeah, the build is really, really powerful. And it's really fun to play as well, because you just basically teleport all over the place. Your Wraithlord basically acts like a tower, like a tower defense game almost. It pops up and it just starts shooting enemies, so it's a really, really brain dead, really passive build. And a lot of minion builds have the issue where the minion dies very often, because like if you have a lot of small minions that don't have huge amounts of health, then it takes one big hit from a boss or one big AoE from a boss, and then all of your minions are dead. Whereas this build, this Wraithlord has like 50,000 HP. It has a lot of HP, so it's not going to suffer those issues. So that's one nice thing about this build. Your Wraithlord is so powerful that it basically never dies, and you really basically don't have to worry about minion health. Like, I have 1 or 2 items that give a little bit of minion health, but like, I mean, we can look over here. Minion health, where's the minion health? 400 minion health, and I think most of that is from my skill tree. So you can basically see you don't need to stack a huge amount of minion health. Also, look at the insane amount of increased minion damage that I have. 907 increased minion damage. So you can understand why my Wraithlord is able to destroy a Harbinger in like 2 hits, you know? But yeah, I just really like the build. Like, there, you just jump into a pack of monsters and they all just get melted by the Wraithlord. So the build is really, really nice. I like the play style of the build. The other build that we are gonna play today as well, the Storm Totem Shaman, actually plays very much the same. You also just basically jump into a bunch of enemies, and then your totem, you have one big totem, and it just zaps everything to death. Basically the same as what this one does. So the 2 builds are actually relatively similar in that way. I don't think I will be able to pick this one up. It actually didn't roll very good. If it rolled 110 or close to 110, that would have been a lot better. So let's just do that. But yeah, like, one of the limitations of the build is that you can only stack so much minion damage. Like, I've pretty much reached the maximum amount of minion damage that I can stack. You can only really realistically stack around 1,000 minion damage. Obviously you have to prioritize defense as well, and the defense of this build is very good, but you can only really stack about 1,000 minion damage. After that you have to rely on things like flat damage, and the build does have some flat damage, like if you sacrifice any minions to your Wraithlord, like that for instance, then your Wraithlord gains a lot of flat damage, but it's not permanent. And you can only stack so much because the flat damage bonus that your Wraithlord receives from absorbing any minions, I think only lasts 10 seconds, I think. Yes, 10 seconds. So you can see there at the very bottom. your Wraithlord absorbs any minions, and then it gains spell damage and maximum health for 10 seconds. So you can only give your Wraithlord that bonus flat damage for 10 seconds. So this isn't a build where you can stack a whole bunch of flat damage. Whereas the other build, the Storm Totem build, which I'm going to show you guys, very much can stack a lot of flat damage. Like it can stack huge amounts of flat damage, like hundreds. So yeah, I'm just quickly pulling up a timer here. The last time that I did Julra, I killed her in 25 seconds. So let's see how fast I can do it now. I'm just buffing up my Wraithlord. This is tier 4 Julra, obviously. So it's a level 100 Julra.
I will have it. Escape. The future cannot be denied. Fool. Still so much to learn.
Is she dead or what? Oh yeah, she probably died in the other timeline. Yeah, so she's dead. Okay. But yeah, this build can kill tier 4 Julra in about 25 seconds, which is good. Obviously, they made Julra, well, they made all of the bosses in the game much more difficult with regards to their health. This build previously, before they did the ward, before they gave bosses ward, this build was able to kill Julra in like 5 seconds. But since they implemented the ward change, it takes 25 seconds. But 25 seconds is very, very good as well to kill a tier 4 Julra. And my other build can actually do it faster. The build that we're going to go to in just a second, that build can actually do it faster. But the survivability of that build is not as good yet as the survivability of this build is. But I am definitely working on the survivability of my other build. I'm just quickly throwing a couple of items on the ground here. Items that I don't want in my stash anymore. And then this gear over here, I'm gonna give to my other character. And then I will show you guys what I changed from the last time that I played, the last time that I live streamed, because a couple of things that changed. My idols are still exactly the same pretty much. They're just ward and health, basically ward and health, ward and health. Then I got a better one of these ones, so this is a very good chest. Without it, you can see my ward goes down quite considerably to around 4,700. So you go from 4,700 ward to 11,000 whatever, 11,100. So you basically gain around 7,000 almost ward with just this one item. Now obviously I did add 39 health to it, but even with the base one, the one without any enhancements, already puts me up to like 9,000 ward. So this is a very good primordial unique. It's better than any of the other primordial uniques that are on offer, to be honest, especially if you want some defenses, you know. So I changed to this one. I added 100% minion necrotic damage to my helmet. Even though you can really add a lot of different things, it doesn't need to be the minion necrotic damage, but obviously our Wraithlord does necrotic damage, so that's a very good damage improvement over there. Even though I don't gain a benefit from the 39% necrotic resistance, because my necrotic resistance is already over 200, so I definitely can get an improvement over there. My amulet is still the same. My ring is still the same. This one, I think I had this one previously, this ring, which gives minion health, but this was not a good ring. So this ring is better, even though I don't benefit from the attunement. These gloves are not particularly good. I really need to get better gloves, to be honest. The gloves that I had previously were these gloves. So these gloves are also pretty good. They at least give me health, whereas these ones don't give me any health. So anything like this or anything like this is okay. Obviously over here you don't benefit from this increased stun chance or the throwing damage at all, but even the critical strike damage or the critical strike chance, you don't benefit from that at all. But anyway, my gear was really bad. This is at least a little bit better than this is. But obviously still a lot of my gear can still be improved. These boots are okay. They're not very good actually, but they're okay. This I just basically have for the health, the increased health, but once again I don't even benefit from the necrotic resistance, to be honest. The mana regeneration as well, don't benefit from that at all, because this build uses basically no mana at all, so this is not good. This one you don't need this one. I actually previously used these two. So like this and this. This is what I had previously, and this actually does almost as much damage as this does. So you can do this one. The Soul Harvester is a very, very good weapon, especially if you can get the increased minion necrotic damage a little bit higher. Obviously mine is 123% right now, but you can get it up to 166%. So that would be a 166% increase to your minion damage before you start adding anything else. So it's a very, very good weapon. Unfortunately, we can't dual wield. Otherwise, I would have dual wielded with this character, but this character doesn't allow dual wielding. And then otherwise than that, you just need a lot of minion spell damage. So both of those suffixes are minion spell damage. You need to try to get it at tier 7 if you can, but I couldn't get it at tier 7. I just have it at tier 6 at the moment, tier 5 and tier 6. So yeah, this one together with this for a little bit of defense is very good, but this one gives you a little bit more damage, and it also gives you a little bit more health because you get 93 health on the item as well. And the benefit with this one is that with this item you do slightly more damage, just a little bit more damage. But the benefit is that you don't need to use Infernal Shade, because this weapon you can only use Infernal Shade or Dread Shade. You cannot use both of them. So previously, what the playstyle of this build was, if you didn't watch my previous live streams, you would put Infernal Shade and Dread Shade both on your Wraithlord. And then the Wraithlord does a certain amount of damage. But obviously the negative is that the Infernal Shade slowly but surely kills your Wraithlord, because that's just the way that the Infernal Shade works. But with the Infernal Shade and the Dread Shade both on the Wraithlord with that setup doesn't do as much damage as with this setup with only the Dread Shade on it. So now I can't put the Infernal Shade on it as well. So I can put the Infernal Shade on it, but it immediately removes the Dread Shade. You can see over there, I have the Infernal Shade. Now I have the Dread Shade. So it takes away the other shade. It says it right there. You can only control one shade. So unfortunately, you can't put Infernal Shade and Dread Shade on your Wraithlord when you have this Scales of Lemonskate, but due to the 30% increase in the buff effect of Dread Shade, with just the Dread Shade, you actually do more damage than with the Dread Shade and the Infernal Shade together with this setup. So I actually like this, because that also then allows you to repurpose the Infernal Shade. So you can actually you can despecialize the Infernal Shade, and then you can choose something else. Like, I don't know what you would choose. You can maybe choose Spirit Plague, or like you can throw Spirit Plague on a boss, for instance. You can also maybe do volatile zombies. You can definitely do that, because actually the volatile zombies will add more scaling flat damage to your Dread Shade. So you can definitely do that. I'm not sure if there's anything else that would be useful, like perhaps something that you can use to debuff the boss in order to make the boss more susceptible to damage, you know? Something like this, maybe. Just something that will reduce the resistances of a boss, you know? Something like that. I'm pretty sure that the Spirit Plague has something like that. Like the Spirit Plague will slow the boss and inflict frailty stacks and stuff like that. So perhaps Spirit Plague is a good option to replace the Infernal Shade. And then you can just throw the Spirit Plague on a boss, and that will make the boss take more damage, and that way you can deal with bosses even faster. It obviously won't be necessary to throw Spirit Plague on regular enemies. You know, you would really only ever throw it on bosses when you need to do a little bit of extra damage. Otherwise than that, it would really never be necessary. But yeah, that's definitely something that you can do. You can replace Infernal Shade with the Spirit Plague. I think that'll be nice. Otherwise than Spirit Plague, I'm not really sure what you would do. You can do Volatile Zombies, and then you go over here, over here, over here, over here. That gives you Corpse Parasites, and the Corpse Parasites will add a lot of extra flat damage to your Summon Wraith or your Wraithlord when the Wraithlord absorbs the Parasites. In addition to your Wraithlord already absorbing the Bone Curse, obviously, because he gets a certain amount of health from the Bone Curse, but you can also have him absorb the Volatile Zombies, so that will just add more damage. Otherwise than that, I'm not sure. I don't think there's anything else that would really be viable to use with the build. You can maybe do Aura of Decay, because Aura of Decay, I did use Aura of Decay at one stage in the build. If you go back through my previous live streams, I did use Aura of Decay. So you can maybe do Aura of Decay. You just basically have to go over here, and then you have to add 3 extra points over here in order to get Aura of Decay. So you can definitely do that. But anyway, this is the current way how I have the build set up. You don't need to do it like this. This is just the way that I have it set up. So if you want to follow the build, you can just take a screenshot here, take a screenshot there. I have no points over here, and then 74 points over here. Once again, you don't need to follow it exactly. Like over here, if you want extra health, you can put it over here. If you want more damage, you can remove these points over here, which give 24% increased health, and you can put it somewhere else. You can add more damage over here, for instance. You can put it anywhere where you really want if you want more damage. So the build is very flexible. There's nothing really that is super required. Obviously, the only required thing in the entire build is the Wraithlord's Harbor. Otherwise than that, nothing else is really required. The build is very, very flexible. And then I will just show you my skills as well. You can take a screenshot. You can take a screenshot of that. Take a screenshot of that. Obviously, like I said, if you don't want to have a stationary Wraithlord, then don't take this, because this will make your Wraithlord stationary. It will also add damage, but it will also make your Wraithlord stationary. And then you can just take a screenshot of that. And then Infernal Shade, we're not using Infernal Shade currently, but when we were using Infernal Shade, this is the setup that we were doing. Infernal Shade adds a lot of extra damage to your Wraithlord, but if you are going to use the scales of Lemon Skate, then you will not be able to use Infernal Shade. And yeah, I think that's pretty much the entire build once again. The blessings, I mean, I guess the blessings make some difference. So I avoid resistance and mana, even though the mana doesn't matter. All resistances is very good. Minion damage is obviously very good there. Physical resistance, you just basically need to make sure that your resistances are kept at all points, basically. And that's it. That's the entire build. So let's run through Julra one more time, because there's one more thing that I want to empower. I want to empower this one over here. And then we can jump over to my other character. And yeah, then I will show you guys my other character, which is also a minion character. And it basically works the same as this character in the play style, basically. But the other character, actually, in my opinion, will have a way bigger ceiling for the power, like a power ceiling. Just because the scaling on the other character works a lot differently.
Who dares intrude upon my research? No matter.
The scaling for the Wraithlord is not that good, to be honest. It's good. It's good enough to get you to even above 1,000 corruption. I've seen builds, even though it's not my build, but I've seen builds of the Wraithlord upwards of 2,000 corruption. So you can definitely reach very, very high corruption with this build.
Fighting me is foolish.
And it's so nice. I really like the build because you can just run around, you can look at stuff on the ground, you can decide what loot you're gonna pick up. And you don't need to worry because your Wraithlord just zaps everything like a tower defense. Like, this is really a tower defense build in an ARPG, you know. You just run around, you loot the stuff, and your Wraithlord takes care of everything. And it one-hits basically all of the enemies. All of the normal enemies get one hit.
What's this? How are they manipulating time? Could it be?
These are not very good, to be honest. So I'm just going to challenge it. And it's dead in like 4 hits.
The Epoch. Finally, I will have its power. Epoch, I will have it. Escape is impossible. Sapphire waters.
Yeah, that one was very quick. She wasn't even able to cast her second phase thing. And then for this one, we are gonna do this one, and then we are done. Yeah, and this is the 3 pieces of gear that I'm gonna give to my other character, the one that we're gonna be playing on mostly. So yeah, I actually over here have a Scales of Lemon Skate that has 2 legendary potential on it that I can definitely use on this build in order to get more damage. And then also, like I said previously, my helmet, my Wraithlord's Harbor right now is not very good. I have another Wraithlord's Harbor around here somewhere. Where is it? Over here. That also has 2 legendary potential that I can put on something better, because like I say, I don't benefit from the necrotic resistance at all. So I would like to put something else on there. And then yeah, just like I said, all of my gear basically, my boots, my gloves, my relic, both of my rings basically, my belt and my amulet, I can replace with better stuff. I just need better stuff. So even though my build can kill Julra tier 4 in like 25 seconds, and I have reached, I think 500 and something, 540 corruption. Like I'm not gonna push the build further. I'm just gonna be done with the build for now. Because yeah, I just want to play something else. I don't want to. I'm feeling like I'm a little bit stagnant, if I guess I can use the word. Like the build feels a little bit stagnant, and I don't feel as if I'm making big leaps and bounds of power and progress anymore, you know. It just feels as if the build has slowed down, which it definitely has. Like I said, you're only gonna be able to get a certain amount of power out of a build like this. That depends on minion damage, you know, the stat of minion damage. So yeah, basically, I'm just gonna stop playing this build for a while, at least until next season, when they obviously release new uniques and new stuff like that that can probably improve the damage of the build further. At least until that time. But yeah, for now, I'm pretty much done with this build. I'm very happy with the build and where the build is right now. But yeah, I'm just gonna put this build on the back burner, basically, until next season, probably. And then I'm just gonna focus on my shaman, my storm Totem Shaman, which we're gonna jump over to just now. So yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy with that. So, yeah, leave, and then we're gonna jump over to the other one. So you guys obviously see that that build is quite powerful, and it's able to kill Julra in 25 seconds. This build can also kill Julra in about 30 seconds, and it's not even level 100 yet. And my gear is not nearly as refined on this character as it is on my other character. So this character definitely will have a bigger ceiling, I guess I can say, of power that it can reach, definitely. So those are the 3 items that I just empowered for myself on my other character. They're not amazing. This one is very good now. This will add a lot of damage, even though I already had this one with 128% shred, and this one has 197% shred. So it's the same gloves, it's just this one has more shred. But yeah, basically, if I can give you guys a quick rundown of how this build functions. There are some guides on the internet for a Storm Totem Shaman build, but none that I've seen that uses the scaling power that I'm using. As far as I know, I'm the only person who's doing this. So basically, long story short, I'm using this set over here, which doesn't seem like a very powerful set, but this, I think the developers, when they implemented this set, they didn't really expect people to stack a lot of intelligence on a shaman, because intelligence on a shaman is something that you don't really expect, you know. You don't really expect to see a lot of strength on the mage character or a lot of strength on the acolyte character, and exactly the same, you don't really expect to see a lot of intelligence on a shaman. But I have 48 intelligence right now, which means that I have 48 increased, not like it's not increased actually, I just have 48 added critical strike chance for my totems. And then that's a base 48% critical strike chance on top of the 10% that I already have. You obviously have a 5% base, and then I have another 5% through my passives and stuff like that. So on top of that 10%, I have another 48%. So we are already at almost 60% crit chance. Then using stuff like this, 117% increased totem critical strike chance, that immediately puts us at over 100% crit chance. Now, you don't actually gain a benefit when you are over 100% crit chance. It's not like some ARPGs have a double crit mechanic where you can actually double crit an enemy. As far as I know, there's nothing like that in this game. You can't double crit an enemy if you are over 100% crit chance. But anyway, we are indeed over 100% crit chance, which means our totems have over 100% crit chance, which is obviously fantastic. And that is simply by having this item over here. So this is very powerful. And then otherwise than that, we are stacking quite a bit of health regen. We currently have 334, but actually, if we go into a map, the corruption on this character is not very high. I'm at 277. So on my other character, I was obviously at 550. On this character, it's just 277. But this character uses regeneration. It doesn't use ward. We don't really have ward on this character. This character uses armor, and it uses regeneration. So you can see my armor right now is 60%, basically 59% reduction, which is a big reduction. You know, 59% is a lot of reduction. Then we have 384 health regeneration per second when we are in the Spriggan form. And we also have increased movement speed. And also we get rage, and we get a bunch of other bonuses while we are transformed. So you can see that right now our bonuses, our resistances are not even capped. Well, they're capped except for this one. But look what happens when we summon totems. And look at our resistances. 358, 280, 215, 158. So we have an insane amount of resistances when we actually play the game and when we actually have totems. That is because the Spriggan form actually has a absolutely fantastic synergy with totems. I think it's this one over here. So this one over here, you have additional physical and elemental resistance for each active totem. So each and every totem gives you 15 physical resistance and 15 elemental resistance. So basically, because we always have 6 or 7 totems, you basically only ever need to worry about your other resistances. So like your void, your necrotic, and your poison resistances. Those are really the only resistances that you ever need to worry about, because you automatically immediately get like whatever 100 resistances to physical, cold, lightning, and fire when you are summoning totems. So that's insane. So resistances are very, very, very easy to get with the Spriggan and with this protective circle over here, which is a very powerful passive. It's basically the most powerful passive in the entire game, in my opinion, because no other passive can give you like 150 on all of your resistances except poison and necrotic and void, obviously. But yeah, basically, so you get a shitload of crit using this and stacking intelligence. And then otherwise than that, the other way that you get a lot of damage is through this shield. The shield isn't required, but it's a very, very good source of damage because of the modifier that says chance to shock attackers. We don't really care about any of the other stuff on the shield. It's really just the modifier chance to shock attackers, because if we look over here, Storm Totem has additional spell lightning damage based on your shock chance and your chance to shock attackers. So for every 10%, your totem will get 2 spell lightning damage, flat spell lightning damage for every 10%. So if we look at the shield actually didn't even roll very good. You can see that the chance goes from 300 to 430. And my shield actually rolled at a relatively low 338. So we can actually get a much better shield if we just get a shield that has rolled a little bit higher. But anyway, the shield currently gives 340, which if you divide that by 5, then you can work out it gives you 34 times 2 flat damage. So that is, what's that, 68. So you get 68 flat added spell damage just with a shield. 68 flat damage. That is a stupid amount of flat damage. And you get that just from the shield. And then in addition to that, any other shock damage, not shock damage, shock chance. So chance to shock attackers or shock chance. Like for instance over here, 30% shock chance. That automatically adds 6 flat spell lightning damage to your totem. So basically the vast majority of damage on this build comes from shock chance, either shock chance or chance to shock attackers. So as long as you're stacking a lot of that, like over there I have another 30%, 30% over there, obviously. As long as you're stacking shock chance, you get a lot of flat damage. So not only does this build benefit from minion modifiers, like over here, minion critical strike multiplier, and then obviously just minion damage in general. Not only does your minions benefit from that, but they also benefit from the shock chance and the shock on hit and all of that kind of stuff. So, whereas the other build, the Wraithlord build, basically kind of hit the ceiling or hit the limit around 1,000 minion damage, this build actually already does as much damage, if not more damage, than the Wraithlord build, despite not even being close to 1,000 minion damage. We will eventually, if we get better gear, we will be able to reach close to 1,000 minion damage like we did on the other build. But now the benefit is that we also have a secondary source of damage for our minions, which is shock chance. So we can stack shock chance and we can stack minion damage and we can stack totem damage as well in order to improve the damage of our minions. Whereas the other build and most traditional minion builds actually only benefit from minion damage, and obviously minion crit and stuff like that, but I mean, we're already at 100% minion crit. So that basically shows you that this build has a far better scaling when it comes to damage, the damage possibilities that this build can deliver, you know? So anyway, that's a very good shield. Then obviously we have the death rattle for the 62% minion critical strike multiplier. We have this just because it is a primal, it's a primordial item, and none of the other primordial items in the game honestly give us a lot of benefit, so I just chose this one. I'm gonna choose another one eventually, but I'm just using this one for now. This chest just gives a lot of damage and then 27% increased health. This belt actually isn't fantastic. I would definitely want to replace the belt. There's another belt that I already have, which I will show you guys, which you can definitely use with this build. And then just your rings, you will just use your rings for minion damage basically. And then I have this, because our minions attack very quickly. You will often see on the bosses, they have sometimes got 200 stacks of shred armor on them. So you can stack shred armor very quickly. These boots are very good because they give 12 to attunement and 12 to intelligence, both of which we actually benefit from. We don't benefit from dexterity or armor really. Obviously vitality gives us a little bit of health, but otherwise intelligence and attunement is very good, so these boots are good. They're not amazing, and we actually don't stand still a whole lot, so we don't really benefit from the mountain's endurance, to be honest, but yeah, it's still good boots. And then this is good simply because it allows you to summon a storm totem while you are in the Spriggan form. If you don't have this, you can definitely do the build without this Stormcarved Testament, but if you don't have the Stormcarved Testament, that means that you have to go out of your Spriggan form in order to cast your Storm Totem. Now, the Storm Totem does last like 30 seconds. Actually, the Storm Totem lasts very long. It's a very long-lasting totem. So you just basically will need to go in and out of your Spriggan form every 30 seconds, which isn't bad, you know, it's doable. But it's just irritating, to be honest. So let's see. I actually want to reset the timeline. Let's go over here and see if we can get the thing to appear, the resetter. Oh yeah, and I also need to show you the skill tree, so you can just take a screenshot basically if you want to quickly. Obviously I'm level 93, so I'm not fully committed to the setup yet. So that's how it looks over there. That's how it looks over there. You just need 15 points in here to get the Spriggan form basically. And the summon Spriggan as well, even though I'm considering getting rid of the summon Spriggan. I don't know, I will see, but the summon Spriggan doesn't help that much, to be honest. And then over here, obviously the majority of your points go in here. Now you can just take a screenshot if you want to. And then over here, I'm not fully committed to this either as well. So that's the summon Spriggan. That's the Thorn Totem, which we use quite a lot. That's the Spriggan form, which I actually removed a couple of points. I will add them back in just a second. This is the Storm Totem. And because we use this over here, the unmatched storms, we also need the Gathering Storm. So we don't actually use the Gathering Storm, like you don't even see the Gathering Storm on my toolbar over here. But our Storm Totem does use the Gathering Storm. So that is why we have the Gathering Storm. The Storm Totem uses the Gathering Storm, and that actually does use this skill tree over here. So this adds a lot of damage. So yeah, I might get rid of the Summon Spriggan, and I might replace it with something else. I don't know. Maybe Storm Crows. We can definitely do Storm Crows. I don't know. I will see. Maybe even Itera's Blessing. You can replace it with. I will see what we do. And yeah, basically while you're playing, you never exit the Spriggan form. You summon your totems, and then when there's an enemy nearby, you shoot it with your spirit thorns, like this. Then, through the storm-carved testament, it will automatically summon a storm totem every 8 seconds. So basically, you just shoot your spirit thorns until you get a storm totem. And that's it. That's basically the way that you do damage. So let's have a look. So there is the storm totem. And it just stands there and it obliterates everything. It just continues to shoot everything. And the storm totem lasts about 30 seconds. So it will stand here and just shoot, and the range is actually very long. It has a very long range, so you don't need to constantly resummon it. It actually has a pretty big range. But you only really ever summon the Storm Totem if there's like a boss, like a big boss. Otherwise than that, you don't really summon the Storm Totem. Your regular totems, the healing totems that you summon, are more than powerful enough to kill most of these enemies. That's really it. That's the entire build, how the build functions, basically. It's relatively basic, to be honest. It's a little bit more involved than the Wraithlord build, obviously, because you actually have to press multiple buttons instead of, like with the Wraithlord build, you just press one button basically to teleport your Wraithlord, and that's really all that you do. So with this one, you basically press two buttons. You press the healing totem to summon the healing totem, and then you press your right click to do the spirit thorns until your storm totem appears. And that's basically the build. Wow, that's actually very good. 37 spell damage for totems. That is a lot of bloody spell damage. That's a huge amount of spell damage, actually. And the build is also very, very resilient. because even though I only have 2,000 health, whereas on my other build I obviously had 11,000 ward, because you're not using ward on this build, you can actually benefit from endurance. It's obviously not necessary to use endurance and health on this build. You can totally, if you want to, use ward on this build. There's nothing that stops you from using ward on this build. You can have 11,000 ward on this build, just like how you had on the other character. If you just equip the same gear as you did on the other character, like that chest, that other raid chest that I had, the primordial chest, you can totally do that if you prefer to play with ward instead of playing with health and with endurance, for instance. You can totally do that if you want to. Just 1 second, I just want to check something here. So yeah, I really like this build. It's a little bit more involved than the other build, and I'm really lazy when it comes to my playing style. You know, I prefer to play builds that are very passive, very basic. You know, but yeah, this one is still very chill. You don't need a lot of brain power to play the build. I prefer to use as little brain power as possible when playing ARPGs like this. I'm just checking something quickly. Just bear with me. So here, I think we're gonna put on this. Maelstrom, how long does it last? 7 seconds, okay. There was some kind of a synergy with Maelstrom, but I can't remember exactly what it was. I need to check my passives maybe to see what exactly the benefit was. And Thorn Shield, what exactly does Thorn Shield do? Yeah, so Thorn Shield gives a tiny, minuscule amount of armor. It really, really doesn't give a lot of armor. But as far as I can remember, there was also another benefit of Thorn Shield. What was that? Because otherwise I'm just gonna remove the Thorn Shield if it is such a useless ability. Yeah, you get a little bit of benefit over there, but I'm not going to invest 5 points over there just to get that small benefit. Yeah, it honestly seems like there's a tiny, tiny benefit to Thorn Shield. It's really not worth it, in my opinion. And I'm just gonna basically remove all of these points over here so that we can invest it into something actually useful. Yeah, we are just slowly but surely gaining more benefit and more understanding of the build as a whole, you know. Maelstrom, I remember there was a benefit. I can't remember what the benefit was. Let's check over here. So you have additional health and mana and have a chance to cast Maelstrom when hit. Okay, no, that doesn't help. Endurance threshold per Maelstrom. Now that might be good. Like, you can quite easily stack 3 or 4 Maelstroms on yourself. So that would be 20, yeah, that would be like 100 additional endurance threshold if you have a couple of Maelstroms on yourself, which is not an insignificant amount of endurance threshold, definitely. But otherwise than that, I don't see any benefit at all over here, so probably that's not going to be useful. But what we can do is we can get rid of the Spriggans and then we can put on Maelstrom instead. So with Maelstrom, there are actually quite a few different bonuses which you can get, like over here, healing per second and a lot of stuff. Maelstrom actually gives a lot of benefits. So then you can get rid of Spriggan, because currently the only real benefit that I can see that we get from Spriggan is healing. It does give us healing. Healing aura. What does healing aura do? It doesn't even tell us what healing aura does. It tells us what the rejuvenating wind does, but it doesn't tell us what healing aura does. So passive healing aura that restores 10 health per second. That's fucking nothing. 10 health per second is nothing considering that I get 380 health per second already. So 10 health is not of any benefit to us at all. That's good. Healing, spell damage, 10 spell damage, that is certainly nice. Extra crit, that's also very nice. Crit avoidance is nice, that's very good. It gives us more dodge rating, which is nice. So yeah, the Spriggans by themselves do give you a fair amount of benefits. Like the healing doesn't help us at all. I actually want to remove 2 points over year. Actually, can we remove more? We can go over a year and then 2 points over year. No, that'll be the same. Yeah, no, that's fine. But yeah, we can remove 2 points over there and then we can put another point in there maybe. Yeah, I don't know. We will see if we replace Spriggan with Maelstrom, because Maelstrom does also give a lot of benefits. Like it obviously gives healing. Gives a little bit of dodge chance. Otherwise than that, it doesn't really give a lot of benefit. The healing is basically the only thing that you would gain benefit from Maelstrom from. There's also some items that give benefits from Maelstrom. Let's have a look quickly. So ward per second per active Maelstrom is interesting, but it's not a lot. Yeah, all of these make myself more powerful. Doesn't really benefit our minions. This one does benefit our minions, but only very slightly. Yeah, so I don't think there's really much benefit in having Maelstrom or focusing on Maelstrom in the slightest. Yeah, so I can basically get rid of Maelstrom over here. I'm not gonna get any benefit from it. What else do we want? Yeah, we can use those 5 points to go like over here. Gain a little bit of extra healing over there. This is a lot of spell damage, I have to say. That's really a lot of spell damage. Just want to clear my inventory out a little bit more.
Yes. Take care.
Ah, there's a Vault of the Barnacle King. We can definitely do that one. You can also see that the clearing speed is quite fast. You're really not standing still for long periods of time. It's really nice. That's always obviously important to look at the clearing speed of a build, not just like how good it is at dealing damage to a boss, which is what a lot of people concentrate on. Like a content creator will create a video and he will just show boss kills, you know, just a build killing a boss very quickly, but doesn't show the clearing speed of normal battles. And that's the thing, you're gonna be doing normal battles the majority of the time, you know. You're not gonna be fighting bosses the majority of the time. So that's always important. The clearing speed is nice on this build. The Storm Totem's range also, like I said, is very large. It's like 2 screens large. So, oh, there's a Ruin Warden. So you will actually pretty often find that your Storm Totem has killed stuff that wasn't even in your range, you know, like stuff that wasn't even in your screen. You will just find loot all over the place because the Storm Totem has a range of 2 screens distance. You can actually improve the range as well, which I haven't even done. What's attacking me? Go away. There's something over here. Where is it? This one? I think it's this one. And then your range is even larger than what it currently is, so. But yeah, it's rare that you want to hit things 3 screens away. You know, I'm happy with hitting things that are 2 screens away. I don't really care about hitting things that are 3 screens away. Wow, this thing does a lot of damage. He's actually able to hit me to the point where I can see my health going down. We can actually continue until we find the beast, because there's probably a rift beast on this map. So let's just continue a little bit. Ah, there it is.
Rift Beast will be ours.
So, like I said previously, this build doesn't really benefit from any of the primordial uniques. Like, I've had a look at all of these, and I've done a little bit of theory crafting with all of these. This staff is honestly the closest that I would get to using or utilizing any of the primordial uniques, but it's not even that good. Really, all that it will do is it will give you about 200 health, basically 200 to 300 health, maybe, which definitely is a lot of health. And then it will give you 4 to all of your skills, basically, because all of your skills are attunement skills. And that's basically it. And I mean, like I already explained previously, this little dagger over here gives you basically 100% crit chance on your totems. So there's nothing really in the game that is ever going to be that better than 100% crit chance. So this would be nice, but not as nice as this. This gives you a lot of damage. And yeah, otherwise than that, you could consider using this. But once again, that's an offhand, so then you will lose your Coral Aegis, and the Coral Aegis gives you a lot of damage. Yeah, basically I looked at all of the primordial uniques and none of them are really good. That is why I'm using this primordial right now, just for a little bit of extra damage. But I will perhaps evolve like anything. I can really evolve anything into a tier 8. And it will be better than any of those primordial uniques, to be honest.
A predator that extends her territory to the future. A hunt. What? Is there something caught in my antlers? With me! Wind's howling. The beast is never getting closer. So many bones. She's insatiable. trophy!
Ouchies, that hurt. Fortunately, I have 144% critical strike avoidance, so I will basically never die in a single hit from something like that due to my critical strike avoidance. But still, you probably don't want to push your luck. There should still be a Harbinger around here somewhere. Ah, there it is. Look how far away my shock tower killed this thing. The bloody shock tower is like up here, like over there. So from there, this is like a screen away. Over here, it killed that dude. That is why I say the shock tower has like a 2-screen range. It can kill stuff from 2 screens away. So why would you want to make it even more? Rather just increase the damage that your shock tower can do instead of increasing the range. And this bolt really does more damage than my other bolt already. Because I mean it kills a Harbinger like that even faster than what my other bolt is able to do. And I've played on my other bolt for a long time. Way more time than this bolt, obviously. This one gives a lot of minion survivability, even though you never really need that much minion survivability. Oh, this one is tier 6, tier 7, tier 6. This one is very good, but poison penetration doesn't help on a staff which gives you elemental damage. That's just counterintuitive right there. But I might use it in the future to inscribe onto another item or something like that. This one rolled very well. Everything is fantastic except the last two, the minion, the melee damage while you have frenzy and the increased effect of frenzy on you. Otherwise, than that, this one is very, very, very good. Okay, so we're gonna do the Barnacle King. Wow, that fire actually deals a lot of bloody damage. You don't want a lot of stacks of that fire on you, because you will burn to death very quickly. Ouchies. Just like that. Ouch. Fortunately, I have a lot of health regen. You get a nice amount of loot from the from that instance, but I wonder if it's actually worth it. Like, I've set it over here to have a lot of those, but I don't know, it takes so long. It's a very long instance, actually, even though you're constantly getting loot in it. So I guess that's the point, you know, getting a lot of loot. Yeah, I guess that's the point. I don't really know if there's any other woven echoes that will give more loot than that, to be honest. Try one of these, maybe.
Get them rock! You can't touch me. Lucky you.
Ouchies. That's a lot of damage. What the hell? That is a lot of damage.
The Weaver waits.
not dead! You can't touch me!
one is pretty good. 3 legendary potential on that one. It's not bad. Okay, the game just froze, maybe. I don't know why. Let's just wait and see. Hopefully it doesn't crash, obviously. Let's just wait a little bit. I can still move my mouse. And there's also still game sound, but obviously we can't do anything else. Perhaps I just have to restart. I don't want to restart because then I have to do that level over again, but what can you do? Yeah, I'm just gonna restart. It sucks that the game still doesn't have any kind of disconnection protection or rejoining mechanic or nothing like that. It's something that the game really should have at this point. But I mean, the game doesn't even have a
Traveler. Think of take the epoch and focus on the
no, I don't want to
era.
I don't want to do that now.
Stay safe.
The game doesn't even have well, actually I already did that. Did I not already do that? Oh no, I didn't already do that. The game doesn't even have a DPS dummy yet. And it's been like probably 4 years, maybe a little bit more than 4 years. Yeah, it's really ridiculous that the game doesn't have a DPS dummy. It's something that is so necessary in these types of games. Okay, so let's just redo this one. I like this map. This map, this biome is very highly populated. Like there's enemies everywhere. Oh, another lag / freeze. Why does that happen? We haven't had any issues all day long, and now all of a sudden we're getting some lag. Ouch, that really hurts. That poison fire stuff that they spit onto you. Oops, I accidentally transformed back. So we can place a couple of things if we want to. But there's nothing really that I would want to place. Not really. I just want to reset the timeline. So that we can get above 300 corruption.
Yes. Take care.
Ouchies, ouchies, ouchies.
Your threat has been spun. My work is incomplete.
Just 1 second, I'm just checking something. It's strange that I've never picked up one of these swords that have any LP, and then this one all of a sudden has 2 LP. Maybe the swords just don't drop with a lot of LP, because some items, even relatively low level items, have very high LP thresholds, so it's very, very, very rare for them to have like 2 or 3 or 4 LP. Once we get this one, we will have 10% additional movement speed. Even though our current movement speed is not bad, it's actually good considering that our boots aren't very fast boots. We only have 9 increased movement speed from our boots, and yet we are able to run pretty quickly, you know, everything considered. And we don't have any movement skills, like we don't have a traversal skill. We only have the dodge, obviously. So once we get that, we will have 10% added movement speed, which will be good. I'm just quickly gonna go to the toilet, so I will be back in just a second. Okay, so we're gonna do another Barnacle King. These lizards do a stupid amount of damage actually for like just regular enemies. They do a huge amount of damage relatively to their importance, I guess. Like those flames, if you go through those flames, they really damage you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Holy crap. How can that stuff hit me even after the boss is dead? It's not cool. Okay, I don't think there's anything that we missed, like maybe a Rift Beast or something like that. I'm not sure if there's a Rift Beast around here somewhere.
Yes. Take care.
ocean above, an abyss below. You are in my world. My waves will wreck you!
You can see the boss damage when you're actually fighting a boss. The boss damage is just crazy. It's really to kill like on 277 corruption and the harbinger as well. That quickly, that takes a lot of damage. And my gear still is not particularly good, actually. Oh yeah, I just remembered the other belt that I was speaking about earlier is this belt over here. So if you want a little bit more damage, it's really not a lot more damage, just a tiny little bit more damage, then this one is something that you can consider, the Omen of Thunder. So instead of the defensiveness that you get from this one, you can perhaps consider the Omen of Thunder. It gives you maybe 10% more damage. It's not a lot. You should actually probably be able to get a better exalted belt. Like just get an exalted belt with like, I don't know, minion damage on it or something like that. That will probably be better, to be honest. I probably need to buy another one of these tabs. Yeah, we can do that. Ah, there's a reset finally. Then we will be above 300 corruption, and that means we can get all of the items in the game, because there are some items that don't drop until you reach 300 corruption, and then on top of that we can do all of the woven echoes as well, because there's some woven echoes that are also limited to 300 corruption.
You understand nothing, traveler. Right. That's change. Right. That's change. My chains return.
And that is how you melt a 270 corruption Ouroboros. And our build really doesn't even have close to the maximum amount of damage yet. You can still improve quite a lot about the build and get better gear. That's why I say the upper limit of the damage that this build can do is far more than the Wraithlord build. Even though I like the playstyle of the Wraithlord build more.
I'll tear you apart.
Just 1 second, I just want to check something.
You're not going anywhere. Yes, you. Tear you apart.
I almost died there, holy hell. Must have hit me with a crit or something. Let's quickly see if we can turn this belt into a usable belt. unfortunately not.
The beast is waiting, traveler. Meat! More meat! The beast would devour everything in her path.
I did nothing wrong.
Save their skulls!
Ouch.
I'll tear you apart!
Well, that was pretty quick. Now I wonder, do I want to search for the Rift Beast or not? Okay, well, there's a Harbinger at least. I care more about the Rift Beast than the Harbinger, but that's fine. That one didn't roll very well. If that health on it was like closer to the maximum, which is 270, then I would have perhaps considered empowering this. I don't care about that, don't care about that, don't care about that, so.
Yes. Take care.
Okay, so I think I'm done. Oh, there's another barnacle king over there. We will do that next time. I think I'm done for today. I'm getting a little bit sleepy. And when I get too sleepy, then I start to not enjoy the grind. So, but yeah, we did a good little bit of progress today. I think we gained 2 or 3 levels. Obviously, we got some gear that we empowered. And yeah, there's still a lot of power that we can gain on this build. And really the only based in slot gear that we have currently is this. And this is probably the best one, even though we can obviously get one of these that has more legendary potential on it. And then this is the best in slot, but obviously this one didn't roll very good, so currently it's at 338% chance to shock. We want it to be closer to 430% chance to shock, so that can be improved. And then otherwise in that, all of the other gear can be improved. I want to get a different helmet because this helmet is not particularly good right now. The belt can definitely be improved. Our idols can all be improved still. The gloves, obviously, if you can get a tier 2 Julra with 2 legendary potential on it, that will be fantastic. 3 LP3 Julra will be absolutely disgusting if we can get that. But yeah, a tier 3 or a tier 2 Julra is good for basically any minion build. And then otherwise in that, these can be improved. This one you can get different relics. Like one relic that I was using before I went a little bit deeper into damage, because this is purely a damage one. It was the vessel. So you can use the vessel and it gives you a lot of ward actually. So you can see right now we have 0 ward. If you equip that, you get like upwards of 800 ward. So just one item and you get more than 800 ward. You can see there over 1,000. Obviously it depends on your regeneration, but I mean my build is a regeneration build with very little investment, to be honest. I don't have a lot of regeneration items. I have like the ring that gives regeneration. The base on the chest gives regeneration. What else? Don't think anything else. So none of my other gear gives regeneration, and then there's 1 or 2 of my relics, or my idols at least, so that one gives a 2 regen. And then that's all that actually gives regen. And then I think maybe like on my tree I get some regen, little bit. A tiny little bit of regen there. Little bit of regen. Well, that's a lot of regen actually, because it's based on your attunement. So yeah, and then the biggest contributor to the regen is the log-on modifier over here, which actually can still be a lot more. You can get 20 regen out of it. Currently I'm only getting 12 regen out of it. So that combined with a couple of other pieces of regen, and then you get 516 regen per second. And then if you equip the vessel, and I don't even have a lot of water retention, my water retention is only 155, which is very little. On my other character, my water retention is over 300. But obviously I have a lot of investment into water retention on my other character. But anyway, the point being, I don't have a lot of health regen investment, and I don't have any ward retention investment basically. And this one item can give you 1100 ward. So if you see that you're dying a lot, then you can equip the Vessel of Strife. Even though like I don't die and I'm doing 350 corruption content with only 2000 health, even though my endurance threshold is 1100. So endurance threshold is very, very good. In fact, one endurance threshold equals 1.4 health. So endurance threshold is more important than health, relatively speaking. Obviously, you can't run around with 1000 health and 1000 endurance threshold. That will not be good, but you get the point. If you want more protection, you can go for a Vessel of Strife. It is one of the best items in the entire game if you are doing a regen build as I am. Otherwise than that, you can just do that, and the damage that you get from this is pretty good. It's not amazing. It gives you maybe 20% more damage, more actual damage on your build, so it's not amazing. But if you're not dying, then the Vessel of Strife won't help you with damage. So this helps you with damage. But yeah, the Vessel of Strife is definitely something that you can consider if you're dying a lot. But yeah, otherwise than that, I did show you guys all of my gear earlier. And I did show my tree. I'm just going to show my tree quickly again. You could just screenshot if you want to. But yeah, and then all of my skills. Oh, I actually have some over here that I haven't even invested yet. How long have you been playing with these amount of points? Yeah, I need to have a look at it and see where I want to invest it. But anyway, right now we are doing good with this. I might replace Summon Spriggan with something else. I don't know. Maybe a Terra's Blessing or Summon Crows, just something else, because I don't feel that the Summon Spriggans are contributing a whole lot right now. But yeah, we're still working on the build. The build performs exceptionally well, even at 330 corruption. And I am very confident that we will be able to get this build to be quite a bit more powerful than my Wraithlord build. And my Wraithlord build is comfortably doing 550 corruption right now. So yeah, why does the game do that? Okay. So anyway, guys, I think that is it for today. I will play more, obviously, in the future. But yeah, I think I am done for today. As always, if you have any questions, you can just ask them down below. I will try to answer them, but I hope I have shown everything that I need to show throughout the video. Worst case scenario is I will just provide you with timestamps below to your question, hopefully. Otherwise, I will answer your questions next time with the next stream that I do. Then I can actually show you whatever question you have regarding the build. And then, as always, if you want to support the channel, you can head over to patreon.com/LFP. Anyway, so I think I am done for today. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.